Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
but Chair presiding, be seated and remain quiet, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Something's wrong with the sound. Sounded like you're in a well, right?
It's the mask, probably. Oh, no, there is some feedback.
Or the microphone. Hear it? Okay, the lawyers are present, the defendant is present, are both sides ready to proceed?
State's ready. The only thing, Your Honor, can we have a short recess after the third witness so we can get our evidence out?
Sure, if I forget, just remind me, please.
Okay, thank you.
Does it still sound like that?
Not to me, you want to say something else? Testing?
Testing?
It does a little bit.
I can't tell if it's like a little mic.
Do I sound like that?
Yeah, you
Testing,
sound-
testing, do I sound like
You
I'm
sound
talking out of
normal,
a
but I'm
well?
wondering if there's some microphone on over here.
Well, the only one that's added is the one at the podium.
I'm sorry?
The one at the podium.
So the only one that's on is the one on the podium.
Okay.
Let's bring in the jury, please. Thank you. They still have to line up, so you all might want to wait and stand. Webinar is down, but they're working on getting it back up, in case you hear about it from anyone.
You can't because they get it on court TV and, you know.
Right.
Jurors are entering.
call your next witness.
Justin Colton.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. You would please lean into the microphone and please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Justin Anthony Colton, Colton.
Thank you.
Mr. Colton, you don't have to lean that much. Mr. Colton, good
He's
morning.
following directions.
Morning.
What?
He's following directions.
Hey, I just didn't want him to swallow that microphone. Mr. Colton, you go to school?
Yes, I'm a full-time college student.
Okay, and where do you go to school?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes,
At that time, what year were you in at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
a freshman.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention again to that date, fourth period. Do you remember where you were, Mr. Colton?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was in room 1216 in
Okay.
English class.
Pardon? I'm sorry.
In English class.
Okay, and you remember who your teacher was?
Miss Haas.
Okay, I want to show you. Just put Stacy Exhibit Mark 3. And can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and there'll something come up, and you can just circle where you were. Right there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, fourth period, tell us what happened.
I was in fourth period, just sitting there writing an essay, and then heard loud sounds like the gunshots, and then everyone began to run in the classroom. I had ran towards the back, towards the teacher's desk, and I was on the ground. I had my hand, and I was crawled against the ground.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then we sat there for about 20 minutes, or less than 20 minutes probably, and then the police had came into our classroom and escorted us out.
Okay. So, before the police came, you said you heard gunshots, right?
Yes.
Where did the gunshots, when you first heard them, where did they sound like they were coming from?
By like the exit, close exit of the hallway.
On the east side?
Yes.
Okay. And then you heard the shots, and then what happened in your classroom?
Everyone had got up and ran, all scattered like around the classroom, and was trying to take cover.
Okay. And you said you ran to the teacher's desk?
Yes.
Who was near you?
I was next to Maddie and the teacher, and Elena was behind me.
Okay. Elena Petty?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see where Alex Schachter was?
Yes.
Did you see anything happening with him?
No, I just saw him sitting back in his desk.
Okay. And how about Alyssa Alphabet?
No, I didn't see her.
Who else was close to you? How about...
Alex Stewart was close to me when we were sitting in the classroom, and then everyone was kind of like against the wall, so they weren't really behind the desk.
Okay. And did you get shot?
Yes.
All right. When did you get shot, and where did you get shot?
When I was sitting or running towards the back of the room in my right arm and my lower right back.
Okay. So what happened as a result of your injuries?
I have a couple fragments still in my lower back, and then I have a scar on my arm as well.
Okay. And did you go right to the hospital?
Yes.
And how long were you in the hospital?
1 night and 2 days.
Okay. Did you see, you said you saw Alexander Durrett, he was near you?
Yeah, he was sitting near me.
Okay, how about William Olson?
No, he wasn't by me.
He was behind you?
He was not by me.
Okay. All right, and you said then the police came and took you out?
Yes.
Okay. And what, you have any after effects from your injuries?
Just can't do some motions because of my back.
Your Honor, same basis as last week.
Okay. So noted, thank you.
I can't do some motions with my motions like working out or anything because of my back.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions from Mr. Colton.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Miguel Suarez, please.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes. It's Miguel A. Suarez, last name Suarez.
Good morning, Mr. Suarez.
I do, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Broward Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
approximately 14 years.
Okay, what is your training?
Right now, I'm currently assigned to the crime scene unit of the Broward Sheriff's Office.
And what type of training have you had to be in the crime scene?
I've had over 1,000 hours of on-the-job training.
Okay. And prior to becoming in the crime scene unit, what did you do?
I was assigned to road patrol.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long had you been in the crime scene unit at that time?
Approximately about 2 years.
Okay. And as a result, did you get a call of being in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was already at our crime scene office, and I was notified by my supervisor of a mass casualty shooting at a school.
Okay. And did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And where did you respond to?
I respond to the area of 5901 Northwest Pananin Road.
Okay. And what type of facility is there?
It's a school campus.
And what's the name of the campus?
Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay. So when you got there, were you assigned a particular duty?
Yes, as soon as we were given the all clear of the school, our supervisor started assigning individual assignments for each of one of us.
Okay. And what was your assignment?
I was tasked with first just documenting one of the students, and from there, I also documenting the second floor building number 12.
Okay. And that's the 1200 building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were assigned to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit. I think this has already been marked. I need a sticker. think this is already in evidence. Are you sure? Okay.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I get the right one.
Mr. Marcus, it came in through Mr. Power.
Yeah, okay. State's Exhibit 48. Can I ask you if you can identify that?
Yes, sir, that's be a diagram of building 12, second floor.
Second floor, okay. And that's the floor you were assigned to?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you State's Exhibits 10M, 10N, and 10-0. Mr. Suarez, would you take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those photographs depict?
These photographs are the some of the cameras located on the ceiling, which correspondingly were placed on the west, the middle of the hallway, and also on the east end of the
Okay.
building.
And these photographs truly and accurately depict where the cameras were on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer 10M, 10N, and 10O.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, State's Exhibit 10M as in Mary for identification will be received as 229. State's 10N as in Nancy for identification will be received as 230. And 10O will be received as 231.
Mr. Suarez, now showing you State's Exhibit 231. There'll be there it is. Could you show us what side of the hallway is that?
That should be on the east end of the hallway, sir.
You sure that's the east end, Mr. Suarez?
Well, that'll be the west end, sir.
Okay. So, do you see the colors? You want to show us where the camera is on the west end of the hallway?
It's right near the window, the double pane window.
You know how to work the telestrator?
Sir. Right there.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 230. You recognize that? What's
Yep.
that?
That's the camera oriented in the middle of the hallway.
All right, you want to circle that?
Yes.
This is the second floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 229. Is that the east side?
Yes, sir.
And there's the camera. Okay, good. All right. So what's the first thing you did when you were on the second floor?
As I got up into the second floor, I began my photography, which basically I picked a side, whether it be the east or west end side, and began taking my overalls and intermediates of the whole floor.
Okay. And did you recover anything or observe anything?
Yes.
What did you observe?
As I'm walking on the hallway, I observed several broken out windows and also what appear to be spent shell casings along some parts of the hallway.
Okay. Let me show you now State's Exhibits marked 10R, 10W, 10B, and 10Q. And ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
These are some shell casings that were, the first two shown are two just west of room 1234,
Okay,
and also one within the threshold of the open door going into room 1234.
all right, all 1234?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 10Q, 10R, 10W, and 10B.
Mr. Staff, is it V or V?
V, I'm sorry, like in Victor? You want to see it?
Nope, I have a notation, thank you.
The only objection is to 401. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over the defense objection, states Q will be received as 232. States R will be received as 233. States, I'm sorry, 10Q is 232. 10R is 233. 10V as in Victor will be received as 234. And 10W will be received as 235.
Okay, showing you now, Mr. Suarez, State's Exhibit marked 232. And you want to show us where 234 is?
That's right.
Oh, right there? Okay. I said 1234, I'm sorry. Didn't I? I'm sorry.
1234.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you said 234. Because you said I'm showing you 232, and I'm asking you to identify 234.
All right. Okay. All right, let me show you, let me get this right. 232, and you're pointing out 1234, right? 1244?
This is 1234 as they're circled, yep.
Okay. All right. And 1234 is where? Hold on. And with reference to 232, State's Exhibit 232, you said there were some casings.
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to show us where the casings were?
It's just west of the room here on the floor.
I'm sorry, just what's,
Just west of the 1234 door on the floor.
Okay, which you just circled?
Yes.
Okay, showing you now 234, State's Exhibit 234. And is that a close-up of those casings? Can you see them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the classroom door 1234 was shattered, the glass, right?
Yes.
Did you go into 1234?
Yes, I did, sir.
And what damage did you see within 1234?
As I walked in, there was damage that including several suspected projectile entry sites, strike sites from the floor on several desks, and also on the far wall of the room.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 235. What does that show?
Also, just west of the door will be those two fired casings there, and also the one within the threshold of the door.
Okay. And we're looking into classroom 1234 through the door?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you saw the suspected strike marks from a firearm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 233. Is that a close-up?
Yes. of the casing on the threshold of the door.
Okay. And that's 1234, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibits marked 10X, 10U, and 10Y. And ask you if you can identify this. Officer Soros.
This is my documentation photos of room 1231,
Okay.
which also had a spent casing on the floor.
Okay. And do these photographs of classroom 1231 truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer now State's Exhibits 10Y, 10U, and 10X.
Your Honor, we have no objection to 10Y or 10U, but if I may just briefly on 10X.
You need to make an objection, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the defense objection states 10U will be received as 236, 10X will be received as 237, and 10Y will be received as 238.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you now, Deputy Suarez, 237. What does that show?
That's a overall photograph of the outside of room 1231.
Okay. And 238, State's Exhibit 238.
That'll be intermediate photo of room 1231.
Okay. And did you go into 1231?
Yes, sir.
And what damage, if any, did you see?
It's several projectile penetration strike sites within the floor, desk, and also the far wall of the classroom.
And showing you now State Exhibit 236, mentioned a casing outside of 1231. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You want to? Okay. Now showing you State's Exhibit marked 10T for identification. Deputy Suarez, if you take a look at that, please, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did, sir.
And what does that photograph show?
That's another spent casing found on the hallway, on the south, on that hallway.
And where is it in the hallway?
It's across room 1231.
Okay, and does that photograph truly and accurately depict the casing as you saw it in the hallway on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 10T.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 10T, like Tom, for identification will be received as States 239.
All right, showing you now State's Exhibit 239. You want to point out where the casing was that you mentioned? Okay. So those, there were 6 casings. What did you do with those 6 casings?
After I take my overall, my intermediates, and close-up shots of the fire casings, I marked the specific areas they're at in the hallway with the room number and the FC that you see in there, which meant fire casing.
Okay.
And then after I've done all my photos, then I would package it as evidence.
Okay, let me show you now State's Exhibit marked 10P. Deputy Suarez, and ask you if you can. What is that?
So be the fire casings I collected from the hallway.
And when you collect them, you put them in those individual boxes,
Yes, I did.
and you indicated on the boxes where they were found in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with reference to classroom 1231, 1234, and 1232?
Yep, to each
Okay.
prospective classroom.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 10.
10P, like Paul. Is it done?
No objection.
Okay, 10, State's Exhibit 10P for identification will be received as 240.
Now, Deputy Suarez, I want to show you State's Exhibits 11B, 11A, and 10Z. Yes, see if you can identify this, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. This would be what I know is one area drone footage photo of buildings 12 and 13, and the other ones are specifically an aerial drone footage photo of building 13.
Okay. Where is building 13 with reference to building 12, or 1200 to 1300?
Building 13 will be just east of building 12.
Okay. And why did you take those photographs?
Those photographs were taken to show an overall of building 13 since we had several pieces of projectile fragments on that rooftop.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 11B, 11A, and 10Z.
So any objection?
No, ma'am.
States 10Z, like zebra for identification, will be received as 241. 11A, like alpha, will be received as 242. 11B, like bravo, will be received as 243.
And when you took those photographs, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went over, did you do anything on the rooftop of?
Yes, what we did, sir, is we, if you see the orange markings on there, those are markings suggesting the areas that I found the projectile fragments, which are suspected pieces of rounds on top of the rooftop, and also marked the total of them, which was around, I believe, 7 pieces, and also we also put the direction of where the building is, so we can have a top view of the direction of the building.
Okay. Now let me show you. States Exhibit now 241. Okay. So where's the 1200 building? Okay. And where's the 1300 building? Okay. Now let's see if we can. And I think that's as close as I can do it. Can you point out where you saw these fragments? Okay. Now showing you States Exhibit Mark 242. What's that show?
That shows all this area here. As I was walking along the roof, as I was finding several suspected projectiles, I would mark them with different numbers. So when we do take aerial photographs, they can be seen where exactly on top of the rooftop they were at.
Okay. And that's directly across from the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you now States Exhibit 243. Can you point out where the windows are in the 1200 building?
Say again, sir.
Facing west?
Well, there's an arrow there is facing north. You want me to, what?
No, the windows in the 1200 building that are facing west.
Mm-hmm.
Can you point that out for us?
You said the window?
All right, that's the second floor, right?
Yes.
And then
You can't see the third floor from there, but
You can't see what?
the third floor barely, but those are
Okay.
circle was the second floor.
but you can see kind of at the end there, like part of
Right
the
here.
window, right?
Yep.
Right there. And obviously below, the second floor is the first floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can see, again, the where you marked the fragments
Yes, sir.
on the roof? Okay. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 11J, 11I, 11H, 11G, 11F, 11E, and 11D. Ask you if you can identify those photographs.
Yes. These were the 7 individual items, sir, that I identified as suspected projectile fragments that I labeled with an orange marker on the rooftop.
Okay, and did you label each fragment with a different number?
Yes.
So 1 to 7?
Yes, sir.
And do these photographs that I've just showed you truly and accurately depict the numbers and the location and the fragment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to now offer these exhibits, 11J, 11I, 11H, 11G, 11F, 11E, and 11D.
No objection.
Okay. Without objection, States Exhibit 11D, like Delta, will be received as 244, 11E, 245, 11F, 246, 11G, 247, 11H, 248, 11I, 249, and 11J, 250.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you collect those fragments?
Yes, I did, sir.
And how did you collect them?
I did the same thing. I collected them in separate boxes and labeled each one with a specific number and the location from where it was collected from.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 11C. Ask you if you can identify that.
They're labeled here, rooftop 1 through 7, and each of the fragments, it's labeled with its corresponding box.
And you put them in the boxes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to now offer States Exhibit 11C.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 11C, like Charlie, will be received as 251.
Just showing you now States Exhibit 244. Is that what you found on the roof? And you labeled number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 245. Labeled number 2. Correct?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 246. Label number 3.
Yes.
States Exhibit 247. Label number 4.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit 248. Label number 5.
Yes.
Correct. States Exhibit 249, you labeled 6. Correct?
Yes.
And the last one, you said you found 7. States Exhibit 250, you labeled that number 7.
Yes.
Okay. And that was directly across from the 1200 zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Justice Flores.
Does the defense have any questions?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. When you arrived on scene at the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School and you were assigned to the 1200 building, you worked with some other crime scene detectives, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And each crime scene detective took a lead on a floor, is that correct?
Yes.
And the first floor was Detective Christian, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
You were responsible for the second floor,
Yes.
and Detective Crespo was in charge of the third floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, as a detective in crime scene, you have extensive experience and training to prepare you for such a task as you had to perform on the 14th of February, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have protocol that you have to follow when processing a scene, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And one of the first things, if not the first thing that you're supposed to do, is to photograph the scene as close in time as to when the incident or the crime occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that's because when you have to process a crime scene, especially this crime scene, it being so large, sometimes things get moved or they have to be displaced in order to document it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's true then that the photographs that you took of the second floor would be the photographs that most accurately depict the crime scene as close in time to the event, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
No questions, John?
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Yeah.
Yes.
Laura Zucchini.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead and have a seat. Ma'am, if you would please speak into the microphone. Tell us your full name and spell your last name for the record, okay?
Laura Cecchini, my last name. It's Zecchini.
Good morning, Mrs. Zucchini. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. What do you do? Do you work?
Yes and no.
Give me the yes part.
Oh, well, I do sometimes Uber.
Uber?
Yes, but I have investments here,
Okay.
so I live from my investment.
Okay. So how long have you worked with Uber?
Oh, about 4 years.
Okay. And only Uber, or do you work for another company?
No, only Uber.
Just Uber?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Zucchini, I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have occasion to pick someone up and bring them to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to offer a certified copy of Uber records. The defense has seen this. 11R.
No objection?
Other than 401, Your Honor.
Okay. State's Exhibit 11R, like Richard, will be received as 252.
Okay, Mr. Keeney, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 252. Let's see if I can. It's hard to read it. Oh, there we go. All right, do you recognize that? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it shows the name Nikolas Cruz, right? See
Right.
At the top. Thanks for choosing Uber, Nikolas Cruz. See that?
No?
At the top.
Okay.
See it?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this?
It's the address. So will he request me?
Okay.
and the address that Uber showed me
Okay.
to take him to that address. I don't know that it was school.
Okay. And it shows the time you picked him up? Is that right?
Yes, I think so. It was right. I have my phone in my bag, so. But I think it's all right.
Okay. You mean, tell me when you say you kept your phone. What's the significance of your phone?
Did you say your glasses? You need your glasses?
No. I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Your phone.
My phone is in my bag.
Right, I know. Why do you mention your phone?
Because it's the colors are different.
Okay, so on your phone you have this?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think the judge was
Okay.
was getting at. So tell us how it works.
They request me, and I go to the address to pick the person, the passenger, the rider.
Okay, so how do they request you? How do you know where to
It
go?
comes out. It pops out
It pops out where?
in the phone, in the app,
Okay, in your phone.
in my phone.
Okay, so how does it pop out? What does it show?
You are online with the Uber, and
Right.
it comes out. It comes out. To pick up the. It pops out the address where you have to pick up the rider, the passenger.
Okay, so when it pops out, it gives you an address?
Yes.
So how do you know? How do you get to the address?
It's like on Google Map. It shows where you have to pick it up.
Okay, so you went to 7200 Loxahatchee Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at 2:06 you got the call, right? You
Yes.
picked up?
The request. Yeah.
All right. Do you remember picking someone up at 72 Loxahatchee Road?
Yes, Nikolas Cruz.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Nicholas, because it shows only. No, it shows the name.
Right.
I am not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. So tell us what happened. You go pick him up. What happened?
I picked him up, and he comes in the car, and
What
he
kind of
told
car?
me he was going to his music class, and that's all.
Okay. He said he was going to music class. Did he have anything with him?
Yes, he had a big. Well, right now I know it's a backpack, but for me in that time it was a case,
Okay.
a guitar case,
Okay. All right. So what kind of vehicle did you have?
a RAV4.
A RAV4?
Yes, Toyota.
Okay. It's a 4-door vehicle?
Yes,
Where did he get in? Where did he get in the car?
and the Loxahatchee. Oh, in the back.
In the back?
Yes.
Okay. So, what happened once he got into the back of your vehicle?
Yes, he come in, and well, that's when he told me that he was going to the music class,
Okay.
and he get in.
Okay. And this says that the ride lasted 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. How did you know where to go?
It's the map from Uber show me the way to go to the school. Well, to go to the address that comes out.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit marked 15C, which appears to be kind of a bigger. Do you recognize?
Yes. Yes.
Is that what's on your phone?
Yes, it's the same.
It's the same as on your
Yes.
phone? And
Yes.
even though it happened back in February of 2018, you still have it on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and this is what it shows on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 15C.
Is there any objection?
No,
We
ma'am.
haven't seen it, Judge.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Other than 401, no objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 15C as in Charlie will be received as 253.
Okay, Mr. Kinney, I want to show you now State's Exhibit 253. So, this is what appears on your phone?
Yes.
So 72 Loxahatchee Road, right?
Yes,
And 5901 Pine Island Road.
yes.
And then what's? the-
Okay, yes, yes,
Okay, and is that the route you take?
yes.
Okay. And the distance is 4.69 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, when you're in the car with him, any conversation other than what you said?
Well, no, he asked me if I was, I was from the neighborhood, so from the area.
Right?
I know I told him no, that I pick up some passengers and drop them in the area, that's all.
Okay. And did you observe what he was doing, if anything, while he was in the back seat of your RAV4?
Well, he was on the phone,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay. So let me show you now State's Exhibit 1. Do you remember reaching that intersection of Homburg and Pine Island?
Yes.
Okay, what happened when you reached that intersection?
When we arrived to the light, the app from Uber was showing me that to go straight.
Okay.
And in the light, he told me to turn to left on Pine Island Road.
Okay. Could you draw where you went left? On this, you pick a color and it can show you, you can,
Pick a color?
yeah. And
This gentleman can show you if you need help.
How do I do that? Oh,
okay.
oh,
Okay, is
on
that,
this one? Yes. it's there.
so that's where you went?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you were going to go straight, he told you to turn left.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor, of Ms. Akini.
Okay, defense, any questions?
Briefly, Judge.
Okay.
You want any of this, Mr. Curtis? Oh, it's there.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey, good morning.
On this particular day, Mr. Cruz used the Uber pool option, correct?
Excuse me?
Mr. Cruz used the Uber pool option, correct?
Yes.
Okay, an Uber pool is a shared ride option, correct? It's less money, but you might have to share your ride with another person,
Yes,
right?
that's right.
And there are other, can you hear me? Oh. There are other options where you wouldn't have to share your ride, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. And when the person orders the Uber pool, they don't know whether they're going to have to share the ride, correct?
No, well, they have to know, they have to share the ride.
Okay, but it didn't happen in this case, but it might have happened, right?
It might have, yes.
It was possible.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Cruz being anxious and nervous when you dropped him off?
Yes. Well, that's what I feel.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, State, any more questions for this
Yeah,
witness?
I just have one question. Do you know if Mr. Cruz always used the pool?
No.
You don't know that? Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Your Honor, before she goes, can we have a sidebar?
Sure. Just 1 second, please.
just like to make these other 5 pool overrides part of State's Exhibit that's already been introduced in evidence is 252. I can make it a separate.
I think you need to make it a separate
Okay,
exhibit.
all right.
252 is already in evidence.
Okay. H, Your Honor.
And this is a certified document? Did you say?
Yeah, it was part of the certification of 252. So we're making a separate.
Okay. Is there any objection other than that disclosed or argued on the sidebar? Okay, 24H will be received as 254.
Thank you, Ms. Akey.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we're going to take a recess for about 15 minutes. It's 10:46. We're going to be in recess until approximately 11 o'clock. Please leave your notepads on your seats. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating. And we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
No, they have stickers. Need a number. 24.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gloria Crespo.
Good morning. Please remain standing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. And if you would please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
Gloria Crespo, Crespo.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a sergeant for Broward Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
A sergeant, a year.
Okay. And prior to becoming a sergeant, what did you do?
I was a crime scene detective.
Okay. How long were you a crime scene detective?
Approximately 6 years.
I'm
6 years, sorry. Approximately 6 years as detective.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
And when did you start?
1999.
Okay. What training have you had to be a crime scene investigator?
I've done several classes in crime scene, and also we have an extensive training where it's a one-on-one training with another field training officer of the discipline, and we many hours and months with that training.
Okay. How many crime scenes have you been to in your career as a crime scene investigator?
Oh, it's in the hundreds, I'd say.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Were you on duty on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you called upon to respond to a certain location.
Yes, sir.
And where did you respond to?
Responded to 5901 Pine Island Road, Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go to any particular building?
Yes, sir.
And what building did you go to?
I went to the third-story building on campus, the only one on campus, and it's the 12 building, also known as a 1200 building.
Okay. And that's on the northeast side of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas campus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you given a particular assignment on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, I was.
And Sergeant, what was your assignment?
My assignment was to document the third floor and also the stairwells.
Okay. So let me show you now states exhibits marked 11Q, 11-0, 11L, right, this is 11O, 11N, and ask you, Sergeant, if you can identify these photographs.
Yes, sir. I was in City 11Q. Okay. The first one I'm looking at is going to be, it's a photograph I took, and it is of the stairwell.
Okay.
I'm looking, and this is the west stairwell. I'm looking at a soft rifle bag. It's a black bag,
All right,
Cabela
you talking about the east
brand.
stairwell?
It's the east stairwell, yes.
Right,
Mhm.
okay. All right. And that states exhibit mark 11N.
It's the same photograph of that east stairwell. There's also backpacks that were left behind at the time, and it's
Left behind by the students?
by the students, yes.
Okay.
And the black soft rifle bag is on the first step. It's a Cabela bag.
Okay. And that states exhibit 11L.
This is a closer look at that Cabela bag. It's a soft rifle bag.
Okay. You took that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And that's 11O.
Inside of this bag, I found red earpiece that is used to.
Can you speak up? You got
Sure,
sort
I'm
of
sorry.
soft voice.
It's a red earpiece. It's a red earpiece for usually used so you cannot hear. So it muffles out any type of noise, and it's usually used in the range for us.
For range shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer states exhibits 11Q, 11O, 11L, and 11N.
Mr. Savage, could you come with those for a moment, please? Because I have something, I think I have something this one.
Sure, take a look.
Defense, is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Move 401 and 403, please.
Okay, over the defense objection states 11L will be received as 255. 11N as in Nancy, 256. 11O, 257. And 11Q, 258.
Okay, Detective Crespo, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 255. Is that the Cabela bag you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there appears to be a cell phone with wires attached. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a close-up State's Exhibit 250. Is that the same Cabela bag and the same phone?
Yes, sir.
And were you present when that phone was collected later that day?
From detective, yes.
Okay. And a close-up of the Cabela bag, 258. And is that the hearing?
The hearing protection, yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me show you State's Exhibit marked 11P.
It is. It is the same hearing protection that I collected that day.
Okay, the hearing protection you collected?
Yes, sir.
And reflected in the photograph 250?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 11P.
Is there any objection?
Just 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 11P as in Paul for identification will be received at 259.
And at this time, Sergeant Crespo, I want to show you State's Exhibit 11M.
That is the Cabela bag I collected on that date.
Described and you took photographs of them.
Yes.
Photographs I just showed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 11M.
Defense?
Move 401 again.
Okay, over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 11M as in Mary will be received as 260.
Then after you were in the east stairwell, Sergeant, did you have occasion to go to the west stairwell?
Yes, sir.
And I want to show you State's Exhibits marked 11S, 11T, 11U, 11W, and 11X. And I ask you, Sergeant, if you can take a look at these photographs and see if you recognize what those are, please.
Yes. It's the first floor landing of that stairwell.
The west stairwell?
Yes, the west stairwell. The same, that west stairwell, first floor landing. Again, it's the same west stairwell. over by the emergency exit by the stairwell. And then it's a photograph of a fired cartridge,
Commonly called a casing.
commonly called a casing, yes. And another photograph of a fired casing.
Your Honor, and you took these photographs?
I did.
And they truly accurately depict the casings in the doorway and the west stairwells you saw on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer 11X, 11W, 11U, 11T, and 11S.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, 11S, like Sam, will be received as 261. 11T, like Tom, will be received as 262. 11U will be received as 263. 11W, 264, and 11X, like X-ray, 265.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to show you now State's Exhibit marked 11V, like in victory.
Yes.
See if you can identify that.
These are the two fired casings that I collected from that
I'm sorry,
stairwell.
ma'am. That's
These are the two fired casings that I collected from that stairwell.
From the west stairwell?
Yes, west stairwell, which is also known as 1200A.
Okay. And the west stairwell is 1200B?
The east stairwell.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 11B.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 11V, like Victor, without objection, will be received as State's 266.
So I can press go now. I want to show you State's Exhibit 261. And you described that there was a casing there near the doorway, the west doorwell.
Yes.
All right, could you know how to use the telestrator?
No. Is it with my finger or is there a...
With one
Okay.
of the colors.
Okay.
Okay, that's one casing. Okay. And this door, to my right of that, leads out to the outside, correct?
Yes, it does. It's from the stairwell to the outside.
Okay. And now I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 265. And that's the other casing.
Yes.
So they're the two casings you found in the west stairwell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here's a 264 close up. That right?
Yes.
And show you State's Exhibit marked 263 as kind of a perspective shot. So the door leading to the outside would be where?
There's two doors leading to the outside, one from the stairwell, which says exit, and then the other two doors are in the hallway of the first floor, which you see to the right. But from that stairwell, the exit door, the one that's right there, exit is the only door to the stairwell.
All right, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 105. It's already been introduced in evidence. And you recognize who that is?
Yes, sir.
All right, who is that?
That's Scott Weiss.
Aaron Weiss?
Aaron Weiss, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And this would be on the other side of that door?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 104, Aaron Weiss, correct?
Yes, that's Coach Weiss.
Let me show you now. side of this doorway, in State's Exhibit 105, I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 24I. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Do you know who that is?
yes.
Who is that?
That's victim Madam Pollock.
Are you sure that's not Jamie Guttenberg outside the door? This is on the first floor.
This is the first floor.
Right. You don't recognize who that is?
I don't right now, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can't recognize that.
Okay. All right, after you were in the west stairwell, where did you go?
I went to the third floor. I went back to the east stairwell, and then I went up to the third floor.
Okay. And did you go to what part of the third floor did you go to first?
From the east stairwell, entering that end, towards which the classroom over there was 1256. That's where I came in, which would be our.
All right. Did you ever go to the third floor west stairwell?
Did I ever go through the west stairwell? Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibits marked 12N, 12G, and 11Z. And ask you if you can identify those photographs.
Yes,
All right. Did you take those photographs?
I did.
And do those photographs accurately and truly depict the third floor west stairwell landing as they existed when you were there on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 12N, 12G, and 12Z.
Is it 12Z or 11?
11Z.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, we just incorporate all grounds for objection as detailed as DMIL 12, please.
Okay, thank you, so noted. State's Exhibit 11Z, like zebra, will be received as 267. States 12G, as in George, will be received as 268. And states 12N, like Nancy, will be received as 269.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit marked 267. Sergeant, tell us what that is.
That is a black vest. It's an Empire vest.
Right, you want to circle the vest, please?
It's used to carry magazines.
You got to get closer.
It's an Empire black vest used to carry magazines, which a magazine is what you would put bullets into. And that vest had 5 magazines stored in it, along with has different pockets. In the right pocket, it had an ID to the Nassau County Police, to Rojo Cruz. So when I took everything out of that vest, I found 5 magazines, one of 40 capacity, which basically what that would mean is that it holds 40 bullets. The rest of 30 capacity is what came out of that vest. Then you'll see it is a Smith & Wesson MP15 rifle, and it is loaded, which meaning that the magazine is in the well and ready to be fired.
Was there one in the chamber?
There was one in the chamber.
Okay. What does that mean?
That it's ready to pull the trigger and fire.
Okay. And did you collect the vest and the 5 magazines?
I did.
And did you collect the Smith & Wesson M&P 15 TF 16214? That's a serial number, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you collected that?
Yes.
And you collected the round that was in the chamber and the 22 rounds that were in the magazine?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, and I want to show you now State's Exhibit 268. Is that a close-up of the vest as you found it?
Yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 269, is that where the rifle was?
Yes.
Would you do me a favor and circle where the rifle? Now I want to show you. It's safe.
TF 16214.
Okay. Is that the rifle that you collected on the 3rd floor stairwell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer 12A.
Is there any objection?
Rule 401, 403, please.
Over the defense objection, what's been marked for identification as 12A will be received as 270.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 12C and State's Exhibit 12E. You recognize that?
Yes. The live round that was found in that stairwell. This is, yes, my chamber round. That's why it's separated. And then this is the 23 rounds that came out of the magazine. They're separated because they're separated by head stamp. So basically a head stamp is the brand of the ammunition. So if we look at it as, like, say, pocketbooks, you have Gucci as a G, Fendi as an F, Louis Vuitton as an LV. Well, all the companies, manufacturers for ammunition, will have their head stamp and their lettering on it. That's how we can tell different ammunition. So I separated it by the different companies.
Okay, what are the ammunition?
The ammunition on this one is going to be 20 marked LC and 3 PMCs.
Okay.
Which are down here.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12E and 12C.
Is there any objection?
Just Rule 401, please.
Over the defense objection, states 12C as in Charlie for identification will be received as 271, and 12E will be received as 272.
Okay, so I think at this point I want to show you, and offer you to look at State's Exhibit 12F. Okay.
Yes. This is the vest that I collected from that stairwell. As you can tell, there was an Empire. It's an Empire brand vest. And this here is where the pouches where you would put the magazines that I had found. And then up here on the right side, as I stated, was where the Nassau County Police.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit 12H.
Right. So it was in this pocket here.
Okay. And that's the Roger Cruz identification?
This is the Roger Cruz Nassau County Police
Okay.
badge.
And you found 5 magazines in the vest, correct?
5 magazines, yes.
And at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12H and State's Exhibit 12F.
Defense, any objection?
No objection to 12F and object to Rule 401. I'm sorry, no objection to 12H, but we do object to 12F on 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, 12F as in Frank will be received as 273, and 12H will be received as 274.
Sergeant, show you now 12D. And you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is the magazine that was removed from that weapon.
Okay, Your Honor, offer 12E.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Rule 401, 403, as well as the previous defense motion to exclude. Thank you.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12D as in Delta will be received as 275.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 12I.
This is one of the magazines that was taken out of the vest. This is the 40 magazine capacity. So it's a 40
Can you get
capacity.
closer?
This is one of the magazines that was taken out from the vest, and it's a 40-round capacity, so basically it can hold up to 40 rounds and separated again by the different companies of manufacturers.
Okay, what are the companies that manufacture?
This one, it was 36 WMA and 4 RP 223s.
Okay, so there are 40 rounds in that 40-round magazine that were in the vest, right?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12I.
Rule 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12I will be received as 276.
Sergeant, I'll show you State's Exhibit 12J.
This was also removed from the vest. This is a 30 capacity.
Sergeant, could you just please speak up?
This is a 30 capacity. It was also removed from the vest. I apologize. It's 1 RP and 1 FC, and then you have 7 PMCs here, and then 21 LC,
Okay, so 30 rounds?
totaling 30 rounds.
30 rounds. Live rounds, right?
Live rounds, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12J.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Rule 401, thank you.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12J will be received as states 277.
I'll show you State Exhibit 12K. See if you can identify that, Sergeant.
12K is a 30-round magazine that came...
Sergeant, if you don't mind,
Again, sorry. This is also a 30-round magazine capacity here, and it's separated by their manufacturer. I had 1 WTC, 6 LCs, 2 MALs, 7 RPs, 8 MCs, and 6 FC rounds to total 30.
30 live rounds.
Yes, 30 live rounds.
This time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12K.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Rule 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12K for identification will be received as 278.
Okay, Sergeant, I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 12L.
$12L is a PMAG, which is the brand of the magazine. They have brands as well. And that is a 30-round capacity separated by the ammunition brand of 5 RPs, 1 FC, 6 PMC, and 18 LCs. to total 30 live rounds.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12L.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, move 401, thank you.
Okay, State's Exhibit 12L for identification will be received over the defense objection as 279.
And State's Exhibit for identification 12M. Sergeant, take a look at this, please.
Yes. This again came out of the vest. It is a 30-round capacity magazine. I had separated again by ammunition manufacturer, 7 PMCs, 8 FCs, 14 LCs. This one totaled 29 live rounds.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant. And I'd like to offer now State's Exhibit 12M.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, move 401, please.
Over the defense objection, States 12M as in Mary for identification will be received as States 280.
Sergeant, when you were finished collecting those items on the third floor stairwell, did you go in to the main hallway?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit 12P and ask you if you can identify this.
Yes.
What is that?
The hallway was separated from west to east by quadrants, approximately 20-foot quadrants. And we started on the west side, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8, 3-9, ending in 3-10 to equal 10 quadrants, starting from the east at 3-1, ending on the west at 3-10.
Why do you do that?
In order for collection purposes, to be able to collect them by quadrant, just made sense in this type of a case.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12P.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States 12P for identification without objection will be received as States 281.
So that's how you divided the quadrants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you started from west to east?
Yes.
So Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, right? Okay.
3-1, 3-2.
Let me show you now. States Exhibit 14C and 14A. And ask you if you can identify them.
Yes. This was a classroom 1256, closest to the east stairwell, and laying in front of this classroom was victim Scott Beagle.
Scott Beagle? Okay.
Yes.
And did you take those photographs?
I did.
And is that those two photographs truly and accurately depict Scott Beagle as he appeared outside 1256 on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 14C and 14A.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. All grounds for objection in DMIL 12, please.
Right, over the defense objection, States Exhibit 14A for identification will be received as 282, and 14C as in Charlie for identification will be received as 283.
shown you, Sergeant. States Exhibit 283. And that's it. You described, is that where you photographed Scott Beagle?
Yes,
And is that outside classroom 1256?
yes,
And showing you now 282. Does that give you some kind of perspective where Scott Beagle was? This is looking in which direction?
that is looking towards the west.
Okay. And what's the classroom right next door to 1256?
1255.
And lastly, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5C. And you recognize who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
it is Mr. Scott Beagle.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer States Exhibit 5C.
Is there any objection?
This one grounds is outlined in DMIL 12, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, States Exhibit 5C, like Charlie, will be received as 284.
And this was the gentleman outside 1256, correct?
Yes,
And I'm going to show you States Exhibits 13D, 13V, like in victory, 14I, and 14H. Ask you, Sergeant, can you identify these photographs?
yes. This is outside of the men's bathroom, labeled as 1247. And then it is a hallway photograph as well of the victims between the bathrooms of,
And did you take those photographs?
yes,
And did those photographs truly and accurately depict the men's restroom as you saw it on February the 14th, 2018?
yes,
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer these exhibits to it. States Exhibit 14H, 14I, 13B, and 13-0, or O.
Mr. Seth, may I just look at them briefly?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Defense, is there any objection?
Just going to incorporate all grounds for objection in DMIL 12, please.
Okay, so noted. All right, over the defense objection, 13O will be received as 285. 13B, like Victor, will be received as 286. 14H will be received as 287. And 14I will be received as 288.
showing you now State's Exhibit 286. What does that show?
That is right outside the men's bathroom, labeled 1247.
Okay, do you want to just put an X where the men's bathroom is there, please? Okay. And showing you now State's Exhibit 287. What's that?
These here are penetration sites, basically bullet holes going into that men's bathroom.
And is that the alcove of the men's restroom door?
Yes,
And is that the door we're talking about?
yes,
Okay. And I'm showing you State's Exhibit marked 288. Is that a close-up of that?
yes.
And I want to show you now State's Exhibit 12V for identification.
Yes,
Can I see if you can identify that?
yes.
And what is that?
Victim Joaquin Oliver.
Okay, and was that the way he was found when you took that photograph
Yes,
on February the 14th, 2018?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit marked 12V.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Again, DMIL 12, please.
Okay, over the defense objection states 12V as in Victor for identification will be received as 289.
And 289, is that Joaquin Oliver?
Yes,
And can you see where the men's restroom was?
yes. It
Did you
was
put an X?
in this direction, right in here was the alcove.
And showing you State's Exhibit 113. Who was that?
That's victim Joaquin Oliver.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibits 12U, 12T, and 13S.
Okay.
I ask you, Sergeant, can you identify those?
Yes, this is a photograph looking towards the west hallway, and it shows victim Peter Wang. This photograph here is photograph, same thing, towards the west hallway, starting at about where the woman's bathroom is, and it shows 4 victims. Victim Meadow Pollock, victim Cara Lofran, Joaquin Oliver, and Peter Wang. And then this is a photograph in between the bathrooms, and it shows some of 2 victims and victim Cara Lofran.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 12U, 12T, and 13S.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. All grounds as detailed in DMIL 12, please. Thank you.
Okay, your objection is noted. Over the defense objection States 12T for identification will be received as 290. States 12U for identification will be received as 291. And states 13S will be received as 292.
Okay, so I want to show you State's Exhibit 291. Who is that?
That is Kara Loughran.
Okay, and is that the way you found her?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 290.
Laying prone, which is head down, is going to be Meadow Pollock, and then Kara, and then Joaquin Oliver, and all the way by the west end of the hallway is Peter Wang.
It's Peter Wang. Show you now State's Exhibit R12W.
This is a close-up picture of Peter Wang.
Okay, and that's the way you found him on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12W.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Same grounds for objection as outlined in GML 12, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12W will be received as states 293.
Okay, State's 293. Who's that show?
That is Peter Wang. Right, that's right where the stairwell is.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 14K. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, this is that west wall over where the stairwell is and where Peter Wang was.
Where he was, and he's obviously removed in this photograph. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 14K.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. All grounds is outlined in GML 12, as well as the previous objection made to S237 based on the investigative markings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Over the defense objection, 14K will be received as 294.
All right, showing you now the Sergeant 294. Tell me what that is.
That is the west wall. And all the markings is a document in the wall.
And you can see that there's that window there.
Yes.
Where is that window?
That window faces the campus towards the east, towards the west side, and there is strike marks on that window.
Let me show you now State's Exhibit 14J. See if you can identify that.
Yes.
What is that?
This is that same window, just a close-up picture of that window.
Okay, with the strike marks that you mentioned?
Where the strike marks, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 14J.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Did you say no?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, 14J will be received as states 295.
Here's 295. the strike marks you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is looking out west, correct?
This is looking out west, yes.
And now show the state's exhibits marked 13Z, 14G, 14F, and 14E.
This is a bullet hole penetration site of in room 1255 and documentation of the projectile flight, how the projectile went through the room in room 1255. All these photographs are documenting that.
Okay. And 1255 is next to classroom 1256?
Yes.
And 1256 you described for the jury where Scott Beagle was? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 13Z, 14G, 14F, and 14E.
Thank you. Defense, is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. May we go sidebar briefly, please?
Sure. Okay, over the defense objection, states 13Z will be received as 296, 14E will be received as 297, 14F 298, and 14G 299.
Okay, Sergeant. I want to show you first State's Exhibit 296. Okay. Please tell us what that is.
It's the fire cartridges or fire casings, as we stated before, all around the front of classroom 1255.
Okay, and where's 1256?
1256 is going to be right here, And then this is 1255.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 299. What's that?
This is showing penetration sites.
Do you want to circle?
Yes, I'm going to right now, which is basically our layman's terms, our bullet hole, which is going to be here. I'm sorry, I kind of covered it a little.
Here, I'll give you another
There.
chance.
It's right there. And then right here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit mark 298. So before you do that, let me show you State's Exhibit 297.
That is a close-up picture of that penetration site.
Okay. And now 298.
This is the other side of it.
When you say the other side,
This is the other side of that wall. So it went through, and we use ballistic trajectory rods, basically a forensic tool, to show us the flight path of basically the projectile. So when we do this, we study the interior of it and to know where the penetration site is. So where that bullet hole first went in is usually a cleaner entrance, and then when it comes out, you see what you see there. It is not as clean per se as the beginning, right? So with those trajectory rods, we're able to figure out the flight path. And in this, it went through the wall into the cabinet, and it ended on the north side of the Promethean board in that classroom.
okay, so this we're standing. If we're looking at this, we're standing.
We're standing looking at this north wall, but in this room would be south, right? But yes, it's that north wall where that bully sign was. It's just going right through.
Okay, but we're standing in the classroom now.
Yes, you're standing inside the classroom.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 13N for identification. And ask you if you can identify this.
Yes. This was found on quadrant 3-4 on the 3rd floor, and it's a rail cover in the hallway, and it was collected in quadrant 3-4.
Let's see if I can get that. So holding up now, State's Exhibit 281, which is the quadrant diagram.
Yes.
Testified about. So where did you find this rail cover?
We can't see it.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay. It was, so this is the alcove to the women's restroom here.
No, I can't see it.
I can't see it either.
Let's see. Try it again.
So right here is that alcove? I don't have the red pen, so I can show you. So it's 1248, where the alcove is. It was right in the
If you
interior.
Hold on for 1 second. Ian's going to
Okay.
show you over here.
There we go.
Right there.
Oh, look, my finger's over there. So yes, it was in this little alcove, and it was like right there. Yes.
Okay. And it's a rail cover for what?
It's a rail cover for the firearm, and basically a rail cover is attached usually to the barrel, and that's because it gets hot, and it protects you from is usually the reason for the rail cover.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit marked 13N.
Is there an objection?
Rule 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 13N, like Nancy, will be received as states 300.
Okay, now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13L, 13K, 13J, 13I, 13H, 13G, 13D, 13C, 13B, 13A, 12Z, 12Y, and 12X for identification. I ask you if you can identify these photographs.
Okay. Yes. These the first couple here are going to be in front of the teacher's lounge, room 1240. And to the interior of that teacher's lounge in 1240, it shows the strike marks on the windows of that room. And the documentation of that. It also shows the fired casings in that room and a magazine that was left behind. More fired cartridges. There's another room within that room, and it shows that there was also evidence of firearms going into that room. More fired cartridges, and more fire cartridges. And this was within, then there's a photograph of within the room, a fire cartridge on the ground there as well.
And how many fired cartridge casings did you find in 1240?
12. I'm sorry, 10. It's 10. 10 in there, not 12.
Okay.
I'm thinking there was a live round too.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer Stacy exhibits 12X, 12Y, 12Z, 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D, 13G, 13H, 13I, 13J, 13K, 13L.
Governor, may I just look at them briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, just make the same objections that were made to S237 regarding markings in the scene being different.
Okay.
Thank you.
the defense objection, the exhibits will be received as the following. 12X like X-ray 301, 12Y 302, 12Z like zebras 303, 13A like alpha 304, 13B like bravo 305, 13C like Charlie 306, 13D Delta 307, 13G 308, 13H 309, 13I 310, 13J 311, 13K 312, and 13L 313.
Your Honor?
Yes.
While those are being marked, I would ask that State Exhibit 270 be placed back in the box, or at least the muzzle be not pointed towards the jury, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, and I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. You said
State's
270?
270, Judge, is the AR-15. It's on the floor. It's behind the statue, Judge. That's why you can't see it.
And so what do you, I'm sorry. What
I'd ask that it be placed back in the evidence box, or at least have the muzzle pointed in the safe direction.
I'll put it in a safe direction. Look at me.
And me? I said and me. If it's pointing at you, it's pointing at me, but
No.
you explained that, your witness explained that it's been made safe, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, while she's marking that, let me show you State's Exhibits marked 13E and 13F.
Okay.
So,
13E is going to be the one fired casing collected from room 1240A. So this is that second room that we described within that first room, which is a teacher's lounge. So you get the picture. And then here are going to be the other fired casings that are in that big main room that you're going to see. And it is a quantity of 9 and the one, which is 10, which is what I stated from both.
this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 13F and 13E.
Is there any objection?
Move forward, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 13E will be received as 314, 314, and states 13F, like Frank, will be received as 315, 315.
And State's Exhibit 13M.
This is the 40-round capacity magazine that I stated was in that room as well. And you're going to see it's on a desk. This is that empty magazine that was recovered from there. Up to 40 bullets can fit in here, like I've stated before. That's what that holds.
And it was empty, right?
It was empty.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 13M.
Is there any objection?
Move forward, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states Exhibit 13M, like Mary, will be received as 316.
Okay. Sergeant, first I want to show you State's Exhibit 301. What's that?
That is a view of that teacher's lounge, room 1240, looking at it from east to west.
Okay. So we're talking about the northwest section of the third floor hallway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 302.
That is going to be a view of that same teacher's lounge, room 1240, but this is from south to north.
And State's Exhibit 303.
This is that same room now in the interior of the room, which it depicts the windows
Okay.
and your strike marks on the windows.
Okay. The windows, which directions are they are the windows facing? Do you know?
The windows are facing towards the west.
Okay. And how about the one window on the left?
This window here,
Yeah.
this window is facing towards the south.
Okay. Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 304. What's that, Joe?
That is our north, that is our west view, and the strike marks on that window.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 305.
That is going to be that north view, and the strike marks there, which is a way to get back to that west side. It's the walking path in that school.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 307, is that a close-up?
Yes, documenting.
And State's Exhibit 308.
This is right below that north and west where the windows are there. So, and these are some fired cartridges. And then here is that empty magazine that was taken from that room that collected.
And State's Exhibit 309.
This is that back room that I spoke of, which is 1240A. And then here's some just more casings.
And 310.
Closer up to that entrance to that back room.
And 311.
Other casings that were found.
And 312.
Behind the desk, once it was moved, there was also other casings discovered here. Sorry.
And lastly, 313.
These are photographs. This is inside that room that I talked about, and then that's where the one casing was recovered, fire casing.
Now showing you State's Exhibit marked 14D.
This is another 40 capacity magazine that I recovered from quadrant 3-9. This was beside Scott Beagle, and it was empty.
Okay, so looking at our schematic,
3-9 is going to be right here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit. (14D).
Is there any objection?
This one, relevancy under 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 14D, like Delta, will be received as state 317, 317.
Okay, Sergeant, I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit marked 313P.
these are the fired casings that when we discussed how everything was set up into quadrants. This is quadrant 3-1, which would have been the quadrant further west by victim Peter Wang. And again, I do them by the make of the manufacturer for that fired casing. So here we have one EM, 8 Lake City, which is LC, 1 PMC, and 1 FC.
So there are 10 casings
There's a total of 10 casings here, yes.
in Q1, right?
In Q31.
3-1, okay. And show you now State's Exhibit 13R.
This is going to be our quadrant 3-2. And we have 1 PMC, 2 LCs, and 1 REM.
So that's 4
Total
casings.
of 4 casings in quadrant 3-2.
And showing you State's Exhibit marked 13U.
Following along, quadrant 3-3 is going to have 5 LCs, 1 PMC, a total of 6.
Okay. Fired casings, right?
Fired casings, yes.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 13W.
This is quadrant 3-4, and we have 1 PMC and 1 LC, a total of 2 casings in quadrant 3-4.
And State's Exhibit marked 13X.
Here we have quadrant 3-7, and 1 LC was collected from quadrant 3-7, 1 fired casing.
Okay. State's Exhibit marked 13Y.
This is our quadrant 3-8. I had 14 LCs, 1 WMA, 2 REMs, for a quantity of 17 in this quadrant 3-8. And they're down here, separately packaged.
And State's Exhibit for identification 14B.
This is going to be quadrant 3-9. And there was 11 there. It's going to be 4 PMCs, 7 LCs, for a total of 11, which are here, separated again.
Okay, so you had 51
It totaled to 51 in the hallway.
and 10 in 1240 for a total of 61 casings, correct?
61 casings in the 3rd floor.
Right. Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 14B, 13Y, 13X, 13W, 13U, 13R, and 13P.
Yes, ma'am, relevancy of 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection states 13P as in Paul will be received as 318. States 13R will be received as 319. 13U will be received as 320. 13W will be received as 321. 13X will be received as 322. 13Y will be received as 323. And 14B will be received as 324.
Thank you, Your Okay, now Sergeant, I want to show you for identification State's Exhibit 14O, 14L, 14S, 14U, 14T, 14V like in Victor, 14R, 14N, 14M, 14P, and 14Q. And ask you if you can identify these.
Okay, 14Q is going to be a swab of the magazine of 40 capacity taken from the vest. So what I mean by swabs, if I can explain to the jury, is we take swabs of items to get possible presence of DNA. And in this, that's what I was doing, is I was swabbing the magazines and other articles to try to get that presence of DNA. The swab, this is another swab, and this is a swab of the vest. I swabbed the zipper, the collar, and the pouch flaps of that vest. This is a swab of the magazine 1240D1, so this is going to be to the room 1240. I identify it that way. So this is that magazine that was on the desk. It's a swab of that magazine. This here is going to be a swab of the magazine that came from the MP15 gun. This here is going to be a swab from the vest, one of the 30 capacity magazines. This here is a swab of the soft rifle. I swabbed the carry handles, and also it had a sling, so it goes across your body, again for the possible presence of DNA. So that came from the Cabela soft rifle that we saw at the beginning. This is a swab from the vest, again from another magazine, a 30 capacity magazine. This here is a swab from a 30 capacity in the vest as well. I'll keep the vest up here. Another vest swab of another magazine. This swab is of the weapon. I swabbed the trigger, the grip, the charging handle, and the foregrip of the weapon. This is a swab of that earpiece, the earmuff style that was in that Cabela bag, the soft rifle bag. I went ahead and I swabbed the earpiece and the head strap to that as well. And that's all the swabs that Mr. said.
The last one is Exhibit 14W.
Okay. This swab is of that magazine in that quadrant 3-9 that was empty, also that 40 capacity you saw. That's a swab of that magazine.
And lastly, I want to show you State's Exhibit 14X.
This is the buccal collection kit that I took of Nikolas Cruz. Okay. A buccal is a DNA of a person, and I received an order to go take that.
You took a swab?
Yes.
All right, and do you see the person you took a swab of, a buccal swab of here today?
Yes.
Would you point him out there?
Yes. Yes, he's sitting with a blue sweater and a light blue mask.
Okay, Madam Reporter, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Crespo identified Lieutenant Nikolas Cruz, please. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions of Sergeant Crespo.
Any questions for Sergeant Crespo?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
When you go to process a crime scene, you have a specific protocol that you follow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after getting an assignment and then visually inspecting whatever it is you're going to process, you immediately take photographs of the area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you do this because in processing a crime scene, you often have to alter it, the crime scene, correct?
What do you mean alter it?
Well, move things. If you use any tools to do it, it might change things up a little bit. You take photographs initially before you make any changes or process anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And several of the photographs that you just testified about were photographs that you took prior to processing the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. So those initial photos that you take would most accurately represent the way that the crime scene looked just after the crime before you do anything to it.
Yes.
Okay. You testified about several swabs, DNA swabs that you took, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive results from those?
I send them to the lab, and the detective receives the homicide detective receives the results.
Okay. You also swabbed the handles of the windows inside that teacher's lounge, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And I want to show you what you previously noted as the window from inside that. And this is Exhibit 306. You testified that that's a window inside of the teacher's lounge, correct?
I'd have to take a look at another photograph to be able to,
Okay.
because
That's fine.
that view,
It's too close for you to...
yeah, I believe it is though. Just looking at the angle. If that's to the,
I'll show you a couple more. That's fine. I'm going to show you, before I come back to this one, I'll show you 304. Do you recognize that?
yes,
Okay. And then that's a further out shot.
yes,
Okay, so this is inside the teacher's lounge, correct?
Yes.
303. Okay, and this is just a close-up shot of one of those windows.
okay,
correct?
yes.
Okay, and so to open these windows, you just pull up on the little...
Objection. All right,
Overruled? You pull up on the little, I don't know how to do it, but the little handle thing, and then just pull the window open, correct?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Judge? Sure. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, ma'am.
State anything else for the
no
students?
further questions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a lunch break. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to ask you to please be back at 1, no, not 1, hold on. 1, 2. Please be back at 2:30. And so we can begin our afternoon session. Please leave your notebooks behind. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not begin deliberating or have any discussion whatsoever with anyone outside of the courtroom or inside the courtroom for that matter. Thank you very much for your patience. All right, the jurors have been excused. We are in recess. We'll start back the afternoon session at 2:30.
Sure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone else may be seated. The members of the jury are all present. State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Stephen Robinson.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Stephen, Stephen, middle initial L, last name Robinson, Robinson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, sir.
What is your occupation, sir?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner,
And where are you a Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Broward County Medical Examiner and Trauma Services.
How long have you worked at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
7 years.
What is your education?
Bachelor of Science degree from Syracuse University, 4 years. Medical school, Howard University, 4 years. Medical degree. Residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, 4 years, ending in board certification. 1 year forensic pathology, ending in board certification.
Okay. And where have you worked since your medical degree?
I was employed by the U.S. Navy, multiple duty stations. Most recent duty station is Dover Air Force Base.
And how long were you in the Navy?
30 years.
And when you retired in what year?
July 1st, 2015.
Okay. And when you retired, what rank were you?
Captain.
Okay. Do you have any certifications?
I do. I have certification in anatomic and clinical pathology certified. I have certification in forensic pathology certified.
And you're licensed to practice medicine where?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Nevada, Florida, and Maryland.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you have occasion to respond to a certain location?
I did.
Where did you respond to?
Marjory Stoneman, MSD High School.
Okay. And you went there because why?
I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner as I was responding at the direction of my boss, who was the Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Malik.
Okay. As a medical examiner, have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
I have.
And how many times?
20 to 30, best I can tell.
In what courts?
Both federal and civil.
Okay. So when you responded to Marjory Stoneman Douglas, what did you do?
Basically, when we first got there, I was met by 3 investigators. Initially, we waited for FBI to complete the crime scene investigation. At that point, myself and the 3 investigators entered the building and basically completed photography on decedents and basically placed decedents in human remain pouches for transportation back to our office.
Okay. On Thursday, February the 15th, 2018, do you have occasion to perform an autopsy?
I did.
Okay. Let me show you state's exhibits. I'll read this into the record, Doctor. 21H, 21G, 21F, 21E, 21D, 21C, 21D, 21A, 20Z, and 5E. Dr. Robinson, would you be good enough to take a look at these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Recognize that?
Sorry.
You recognize those?
I do.
photographs? Okay. And who is that?
This is our case 18-0530, also identified as Nikolas Cruz.
Okay. And you performed an autopsy on Nikolas Cruz?
I did.
Did you happen to see Nikolas Cruz when you were at Marjory Stoneman Douglas on February the 14th, 2018?
I did.
All right, at this time, would these photographs, Doctor, aid you in explaining to the court and to the jury the nature of Nikolas Cruz's wounds and his cause of death?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 21H, 21G, 21F, 21E, 21A, 21C, 21B, 21A, 20Z, 5E, that's already in evidence, that's 206.
You said 5E is already entered as 206?
Yeah, that's 206.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, we object to Mr. Photographs based on all the objections and grounds outlined in DMIL 12, please.
Okay, so noted. Over the defense objection, states 20Z as in zebra for identification will be received as 325. 20Z like zebra will be entered as 325. 21A as in alpha, 326. 21B like bravo, 327. 21C like Charlie, 328. 21D as in delta, 329. 21E will be entered as 330. 21F as in Frank, 331. 21G as in George, 332. And 21H, 333.
Dr. Weller, clerk, some mark in that. I want to show you State Exhibit 206. Do you recognize that person?
I do.
Is that Nikolas Cruz?
It is.
And age and height and weight?
17 years, 72 inches in length, and he weighed 174 pounds.
Just want to wait for these photographs up.
There are some marks on the screen. I don't know if you can see there's like 4 arrows
Yeah, I got it.
and some check marks. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Robinson, I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 325. It has been introduced in evidence. And could you explain, you have that labeled wound A, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and could you tell us what that is and what damage that wound caused?
What we're looking at, the wound labeled A, is an entrance gunshot wound. Basically, what the damage it caused, it basically passed through his right shoulder, going under the right clavicle or collarbone, lacerating, transecting the right subclavian artery and vein, also noted as the right subclavian vessels.
I'm sorry, could you just speak up a little
Oh,
bit?
well, okay.
If you wouldn't mind just scooting the chair a little bit towards the microphone, that would probably help.
Okay. Again, the bullet passed under the right clavicle or the collarbone. At that point, transected or lacerated major vessels, specifically the right subclavian artery and the right subclavian vein. It proceeded to pass through the upper part of the right lung. From there, it entered the pericardium, which is the heart sac surrounding the heart. At that point, it also lacerated what's called the right main bronchus, which is a breathing tube that goes into the right lung. It lacerated the aorta, which is the major vessel leaving the heart. It actually passed through the left side of the heart, exited the lower left side of the heart, passed through the lower portion of the left lung, and lodged in the left side of the chest wall.
Was that wound in and of itself fatal?
It was.
Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit marked 326, Dr. Robinson. Can you tell us what that is?
This labeled our number 180530. This is a grazed wound. It's a grazing gunshot wound of his abdomen.
Okay. And a grazed wound is what?
A grazed wound is when the bullet passes very close to the skin but doesn't enter the body or lacerate the skin, but basically abrades it or scrapes it as it passes by.
And show you State's Exhibit 327.
Again, this labeled 18-0530. This is for orientation purposes. This is the left thigh, the front of the left thigh. And it's a very similar wound. This is a grazed wound of the grazing gunshot wound of the left thigh.
The grazed wound to the left thigh and to the abdomen. Can you tell whether those two grazed wounds were prior to the shot, the fatal shot in the shoulder that went through his heart?
I cannot.
Okay. So you can't say if they're post-mortem or ante-mortem?
That's correct.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 328.
What we're looking at for orientation purposes is the right hip, and the wound labeled B is what's a ballistic injury, penetrating ballistic injury.
Okay. And what significance is that wound?
It's a wound caused by fragments, sometimes referred to as shrapnel, not specifically a gunshot wound in so much that you have a projectile, which is fragments that are traveling.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you just scoot a little bit?
Okay. Basically, this is a type of wound that is called ballistic injury. It's not a gunshot wound per se because we don't have an intact or partial projectile. It's more of like fragments flying. Like we said, something has been referred to as shrapnel before. And this is a penetrating injury here, and this one penetrated to a depth of approximately 1/8 inch, so it's fairly superficial.
Was there hemorrhaging in the wound?
There was.
And what does that indicate?
That indicates that there was blood pressure and most likely represents antemortem injury.
So prior to the shot in the shoulder that went through his heart?
Prior to or very close in proximity to.
And State's Exhibit 329, Dr. Robinson.
Again, for orientation purposes, we're still in the right hip, just a little bit lower down. This is also a penetrating ballistic injury. As we talked about, it's basically fragments flying. This was a deeper penetration. It went to a depth of approximately 3.5 inches into the muscle.
Okay, and was there hemorrhaging in this one?
There was.
Indicative of what?
Antemortem injury.
Okay, prior to death.
Prior to death, yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 330.
What we're looking at is the side of his right ankle. These are multiple superficial ballistic injuries, basically metal fragments and other types of things that are just flying and penetrate the skin at that point.
Okay. Dr. Robinson, were you able to determine the cause of death of Nikolas Cruz?
I was.
And what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wound to the chest.
And I will show you State's Exhibit 331. And what is that?
What we're looking at labeled decedent's name, projectile, left chest, is the projectile removed from the decedent's left chest.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Dr. Robinson. Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, sir.
Defense, any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness when you're ready.
Dr. Gwendolyn Sneed.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You can be seated.
thank you.
If you would please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name.
Yes, my name is Dr. Gwendolyn Sneed, last name spelled S-N-E-E-D.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sneed.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner at the Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner in Palm Beach?
It will be 3 years in August.
Okay. And prior to that position, where did you work?
At the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long did you work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 3.5 years.
And prior to that?
Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office in Phoenix, Arizona.
I'm sorry?
In Phoenix, Arizona.
In Phoenix. And how long were you there?
About 1.5 years.
Okay. And before that?
I was at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office in Fort Myers, Florida.
Okay. And how long were you there?
A little over 7 years.
Okay. And how about your education?
I did my medical school at Ponce School of Medicine in Puerto Rico. I did a residency or a specialty in pathology at the Mount Sinai Medical Center of Greater Miami Beach. After that, I did my subspecialty in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner's Office, and then I was hired as a staff in that office for about 3.5 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes.
What are you board certified
In anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
in? Okay. And are you licensed to practice medicine?
Yes, in the state of Florida.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Thursday, February the 15th, 2018. Where were we working?
At the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
And, what were you doing that day?
On that day, I performed multiple autopsies in the cases associated with the high school shooting.
Okay, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas shooting?
Yes.
Prior to that date, how many autopsies had you performed?
I can't recall. I'm about 3,000 now.
Okay. And of those autopsies, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes, that's part of my job.
And approximately what percentage of those autopsies were you determining the cause of death? Was the cause of death caused by gunshot wounds?
I don't have the numbers, but I do many cases of gunshot wounds. I don't have the actual number.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology in a court of record?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm about 50 now.
And what courts?
In Miami-Dade, in Fort Myers, District 21, in Maricopa, in Broward, and Palm Beach.
Okay. I want to show you now States Exhibits 20D, 20C, 20B, 20A, 19Z, and 19Y. Yes, Dr. Sneed, would you be good enough to take a look at these exhibits?
Yes.
And see if you recognize them.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
The photographs have the unique identifier, which is a number provided at the medical examiner's office that was associated to Mr. Hickson.
Christopher Hickson?
Correct.
Okay, and did you perform an autopsy on Christopher Hickson?
I did.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit Mark 100 that has already been introduced in evidence. Is that Christopher Hickson you performed an autopsy?
Yes.
With those photographs that I just showed you, those exhibit numbers, they aid you in assisting the court and the jury in understanding the nature of his wounds and the cause of death.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to offer state exhibits for identification, 20D, 20C, 20B, 20A, 19Z, and 19Y.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Judge, can we have sidebar?
Okay. objection. What's been marked for identification as states 19Y will be received as 334, 19Z like zebra, 335, 20A as in alpha will be received as 336, 20B as in Bravo will be received as 337, 20C as in Charlie will be received as 338, and 20D as in Delta will be received as 339.
Doctor, I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 334. Can you tell me what that shows?
Yes. Can you raise it up a little bit so I can see the number, please? Raise it up, raise the photograph up a little bit. Thank you. Yes. So what this photograph shows is basically the upper torso, the anterior aspect of the chest. In this particular photo, towards the top of the photograph, you can see the chin of Mr. Hickson. And then on the, to your left side, you can see the right arm. And then on the left upper chest, you can see two defects, which are entrance gunshot wounds.
All right, they're both gunshot wounds to the chest.
Correct.
Okay. The upper wound, could you tell us what damage that did?
Yes. So that particular wound perforated the muscles of the left side of the chest. It also perforated the, between the ribs, there are muscles as well that help us breathe. So it perforated the intercostal muscles of the third space. It perforated the left lung, and then it went through the muscles of the back. And in doing so, it also fractured the left fourth and the left ninth ribs.
Okay. And the lower wound?
The lower wound was going in a different pathway. The lower wound perforated the chest. It fractured the sternum, which is the bone in the middle of the chest where the ribs connect. It also perforated the costal cartilages, so the ribs have cartilage on the anterior aspect of multiple ribs, 7th through 10th. And then it also perforated the right lung, and then the right side of the diaphragm, which is a muscle that helps us breathe. And then in the abdominal region, it perforated the liver and abdominal muscles. And then it exited through a defect in the abdomen, leaving behind fragments.
Okay. Either one of those wounds fatal in and of themselves?
Yes, both.
Both?
Yes.
So he would have died of either just one wound?
Correct.
Right. Showing you State's Exhibit marked 331.
So this particular wound, what you're seeing on this photograph is towards the top of the photograph is the head. You're looking at the back on the left side. This is the exit defect associated to the entrance wound that I just described on the left side of the chest, not the one near the central portion, but the left upper chest.
The higher one.
The higher one, correct.
And State's Exhibit 336.
So in this particular photograph, towards the top of the photograph is chest. You can see some chest hair. And then what you're seeing on the lower aspect of the photograph below the ruler is the abdominal region on the right side. And that is the exit defect for the gunshot wound that entered near the midline on the chest.
Okay, and now I show you State's Exhibit 337.
Okay, so in this particular photograph, on the top of the photograph, you're seeing the body from the right side, and this is what we call anterolateral. So if you look at the thigh, proximally meaning upper thigh, a little bit anterior but a little bit to the right side, that's the anterolateral aspect. That's an entrance gunshot wound defect.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 338.
So in this particular photograph, you're looking at the right thigh again, but a little bit from the posterolateral aspect. So if you look at the thigh from the right side, and you look at the lateral aspect, which is, of the thigh, then you move slightly backwards or posteriorly, and that is the exit defect of this gunshot wound pathway.
And the cause of death of Christopher Hickson.
Multiple gunshot wounds.
What happens when a bullet what is a bullet snowstorm in you?
So different firearms, different projectiles, different calibers, when they course through the body, they look differently. In the case of rifles, which are high velocity firearms, the projectiles tend to break down as it enters the body, hits the person. It tends to fragment and break down as it goes through the wound pathway. And when we take an X-ray of the body, we can see that it's called snowstorm, right? That's what it looks like. The projectiles are the radiopaque fragments of the, fractured projectile, and it leaves like a cloud of metal or fragments throughout the pathways.
And showing you State's Exhibit 339. Is this what fragments look like when they snowstorm?
Those are two fragments that I collected from the pathways, and yes, that's what they look when they're fragmented.
All right, now I want to on that day, Dr. Sneed, did you perform another autopsy?
I did.
And who did you perform that other autopsy?
Peter Wong.
Showing you State's Exhibit 115, it's already been introduced tonight.
Yes.
And now I want to show you State's Exhibits 20U, 20T, 20S, 20R, 20Q, 20P, 20O, 20N, 20M, 20L, 20K, 20J, 20I, 20H, recognize these in conjunction with the autopsy of Peter Wayne.
Yes.
And would these photographs of the autopsy of Peter Wang assist you in explaining to the court and to the jury, number one, the nature of Peter Wang's wounds?
Yes.
The path of the bullets?
Correct.
And the cause of death of Peter Wang?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to offer those exhibits on you.
Do you want me to wait to take them? Do you want me to wait to take them?
Yeah, it'd probably be easier for you than reaching all.
Okay,
20T,
sure.
20S, 20R, 20Q, 20P, 20O, 20N, 20M, 20L, 20K, 20J, 20I, 20H, 20G.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sneed, while the clerk is, or the judge is looking at this, I'll wait.
Okay, is there any additional objection?
May the briefs have all, please?
Okay. Over the defense objection states 20G as in George, will be received as 340. 20H will be received as 341. 20I will be received as 342. 20J will be received as 343. 20K will be received as 344. 20L will be received as 345. 20M as in Mary, 346. 20N as in Nancy, 347. 20O, 348. 20P, 349. 20Q, 350. 20R, 351. 20S, 352. 20T, like Tom, 353. And 20U, 354.
Thank you. Dr. Sneed, while the clerk is marking those exhibits, what was the age and the measurements of Peter Wayne?
Yes. So it was reported that he was 15 years of age. And you asked for the height?
Pardon?
What else you asked, the age and?
The measurements?
Oh, yes.
Height,
He
weight.
was 61 inches, so that's 5'1".
Did you say weight?
The weight, 128 pounds.
Dr. Sneed, I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 340. Tell me what that shows.
So,
if you want to use the telestrator, you can just pick a color and you can insert. It's on the screen.
okay. So I just pointed something. Okay, got it. So what this photograph shows is the right side of Mr. Wang's face and the right side of the head. And it shows on the, what we call the temporal region, which is superior and anterior to the ear. This is an entrance gunshot wound. And on the right cheek, you can see that there's two entry defects, one smaller and one larger, which looks atypical.
Okay, and what did that wound do?
The wound on the right temporal region perforates the cranium, and it creates severe damage on the head. He has these burst-type injuries, meaning multiple cranial fractures. I have to say that wound in association to another wound, which is not really shown in this photograph, but it's on the parietal region, a little bit higher. Those two wounds, the pathways coalesce, right? And so they spent a lot of energy in the head creating these fractures, creating the lacerations of the brain, creating transection of parts of the brain. Parts of the brain were outside of the cranial vault. And then that led to a very large exit defect that involved the left side of the head, which you can see in there. That's
the wound that you said was higher. Could you show where potentially, on this?
It's not really shown here, but it's around there.
Right there?
Yes.
But that's another entrance wound to his head?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit, did it exit?
So there were multiple fragments snowstorming, right, in the head when I looked at the x-ray. But these two defects are associated with what we call a gaping exit defect. It's a very large opening of the head on the left side. So sometimes we can see an actual defined exit wound defect, but in this particular case, due to the severity of the injuries, there was no well-defined exit defects for those two wounds on the right parietal and right temporal scalp.
And the wound to the cheek?
So there's two defects, one that's round, right here, and then one that's, you can see it, that one that's larger. And those two projectile fragments or projectile perforated the cheek, it fractured the jaw, it perforated the tongue, it fractured the left side of the jaw, and then both of them exited through another gaping large defect that's on the left side of the face near the cheek that you can't see on this photograph.
Okay, so they're pictured here on State's Exhibit 340. That's 4 entrance wounds, 4 gunshot entrance wounds?
Yes.
2 to the head and 2 to the cheek.
Correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit mark 342.
How do I erase? I'm sorry.
There's marks. She's asking to erase the marks on the.
Oh, okay.
There's a bunch of arrows.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So what you're seeing on this photograph is the left side of the head. So the 2 defects in the parietal and temporal region coalesced, and the energy, that is spent created this very large exit wound. You can see that there are lacerations of the skin, the scalp, and you can see fragmented bone in some areas, and then fragments of brain tissue that came out of the cranial vault. On the left cheek, anterior to the ear, is the exit wound for the 2 entries that coalesced through the oral cavity and perforated bone too at the cranial base, which is, we have a cranial vault, and we still have bones in this area, so it fractured those bones as well. And then they both come out. And again, there's no well-defined exit defect with the amount of energy that was, spent in these tissues.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 341.
So that's this wound is showing the previously described entry defects on the cheek, and then it's showing 1, 2, 3, 4 defects on the, and you're looking at the right side of the chest near the shoulder region, lateral chest, and those are exit wounds from a projectile that fragmented, right? You have multiple tears or exits of those projectiles and fracture bone. The entry for that is lower, so those are exit wounds on the chest.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 343.
Right. So here, right. So this is the entrance gunshot wound defect that went through the soft tissues and fracture bones and perforated muscles, and then fragmented and exited through the right side of the chest.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 344. That's a close-up of that. Why did those exit wounds look that?
Why do they look that big? Why do they look that wide? Is that the question?
I'm sorry?
I didn't understand the question. Are you asking?
No, why do those exit wounds look like that?
Why? Yes. So rifle injuries tend to have a lot of, they're high velocity, and the more velocity, the more energy, what they call kinetic energy, is spent in the tissues. And it's not like one size fits all. Not all entries look the same. Not all exits look the same. Part of the reason why these tissues tend to look different is, one, because it depends on how many times the projectile fragmented and exited. It also depends if the projectile takes bone with it on the way out. And also it depends on the density of the muscle and the elasticity of the skin. So, for example, in this area on the chest and near the axilla, the skin is a little bit more lax, right? The muscle, the density of the muscle also comes into play. And when you have all that energy, the projectile creates what's called a temporary cavity. So it's not only that it perforates, it's not only the pathway through which it goes, I should have explained this with the head, It's also the energy that the projectile imparts into creates an expansion of sorts of the tissues, right? And that expansion leads to injuries that look like that.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 345.
Okay. So what you're looking at in this photograph is, so this is towards the back. This is the right hip, and this is the buttock region. And so this is a entrance gunshot wound defect below the buttock on the right thigh, posteriorly.
And where did it go?
That particular projectile goes through the soft tissues and it fractured, let me refer to my notes, I believe the acetabulum. If you give me 1 second to refer to my notes, please. Yes, the acetabulum and the iliac bone. So where your hip bone, we have, the hip bone has an area where the femur, which is the long bone of the thigh, connects with it. That little area that receives the head of the femur is called the acetabulum. And then the bone superior to that is called the iliac bone. So this particular pathway fractures those bones as well. And then the wound exits through the right side of the abdomen.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 346.
Yes. So what we're seeing here, so this is the umbilicus, the belly button. I'm sorry, for some reason. There you go. And this is the right hip area here, and you can see this is the lower abdomen, and you can see this defect. This is the exit defect for that entrance that was posterior below the buttock. And there were fragments underneath the skin, and that's what's creating, this bruise here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 347.
So what we're seeing on this photograph, this is the entry wound that I previously described, right, below the buttock. Here you see the top of the, this is the top of the thigh, this is the hip area, this is the knee area, and on the lateral aspect of the right knee, that's the right side, you see the entry wound defect, and this went through the soft tissues and muscles and exited through a defect that was more what we call proximal or more superior on the right thigh.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 348.
Right. So I on the top of the thighs, the previously described wounds. What you're seeing here is the another defect on the right foot, on the right side of the foot, which I identified as an exit gunshot wound defect. And not really well seen is another defect on the back of the heel.
And State's Exhibit 349.
So on the top of the photograph, you see his head, and this is his right shoulder region. This defect is an entrance gunshot wound, and it's on the back of the right arm.
Okay. And where did it go?
So this particular gunshot wound goes through, fractures the humerus, which is the arm bone, and it continues through the soft tissues. And so the pathway of this particular gunshot wound coalesces or comes in contact, right, with the exit wounds that I previously described on the right side of the chest that enter on the right side of the lateral aspect of the chest.
And State's Exhibit 350.
So there's a lot of glare on the top of the photo, but yes, thank you. What you're seeing here is, so when we put the numbers, we try to do it so that we can talk about the anatomic position, right, which is standing up, palms forward. But so that's why the number is here. So it may be a little bit confusing, but this This here is the head. This is the cluster of gunshot wounds that I described on the right side of the chest. So what you're seeing here is in this position a tangential gunshot wound of the right elbow, and is showing, it's a gaping wound, it's a very large wound, and it's showing the fractured bones associated to the gunshot wound.
And State's Exhibit 351.
Right. So, can you take off the, Mr. Satz, can you take away the markings?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. So, in this wound, you're seeing the left side of Mr. Wang. Here's his left ear. That's the exit wound that I described on the face. This is the shoulder region. And here you can see there's a, that's the entry wound, and this is the exit wound. This particular wound is also associated with fractures of the left arm bone. And then you're seeing other injuries that include abrasions and contusions, but no defects in that area.
And were you able to determine the cause of death of Peter Wang?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
How many gunshot wounds did he get?
So in total, there were 12. We haven't shown here another 2 defects that were atypical on the back of the left forearm elbow region. That they were not like a perforating wound, but they had they look like ballistic type of wounds, right? Something hits and then the fragments may have hit that area. It wasn't going through and through. In total, it was 12.
Okay. And of those 12, how many were lethal in and of themselves?
The 4 defects of the head, the 4 wounds of the head.
Okay. And I'd like to, with the court's permission, play for you a portion of the video, and you can tell me if you can give me an opinion as to some of the wounds when they were inflicted on the body. Okay?
Just renew my objection to S19, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
see purposeful movement?
Yes, in all the videos.
So, in your opinion, what does that indicate to you as to the progression of the wounds into the body of Peter White?
That he sustained some of the wounds before the lethal wounds on the head.
Okay. So he was wounded on the ground before he received the 4 shots to the head, correct?
It looks like he was wounded after he came running towards the end, and he was, from the video it appears that he was also wounded when he was on the ground, yes.
Okay, because either one of those 4 shots he wouldn't have been able to move, would he?
Correct.
And you have seen photographs of the area where Mr. Wang was shot, correct?
Correct.
Let's see. Showing you State's Exhibit 293. What does that indicate to you?
Can you, yes, thank you. So in this photograph, you can see that he has a dense area of blood spatter and brain fragmentation on the wall and around his head, and all the brain matter that came through those gaping defects in the area. So that speaks to having his head being shot close to the floor, at the floor.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 352.
So he had, you can see on the x-ray the snowstorm, but I was able to collect 2 larger fragments of projectile from the head.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 353.
Those were the fragments that I recovered from the abdomen, from the entry defect below the buttock that went all the way, fractured the hip, into the abdominal region.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions of Dr. Sneed.
Spence, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mary. Excuse.
Thank you.
And that's all we have today.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end early today, and I'm going to remind you that while on recess from today until tomorrow, and like every day, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell the person to stop and report the matter immediately to one of the staff. Other than that, I hope you all have a nice afternoon, and please leave your notebooks behind, and we will see you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you so much. afternoon, so all may be seated. We're going to be in recess for the afternoon. We'll start back up tomorrow as close to 9 as possible. We'll follow the same procedure as far as the media goes, as where the media will be able to view the items that are in evidence and that were published to the jury. And unless I'm forgetting something, somebody wants to remind me of? No? Okay, we're in recess. Thank you.